Hey, Terry, how are you tonight?
I'm doing great, and you?
I'm doing good. Tonight, we're joined by trainer Karl Broberg. Karl, how are you tonight?
Doing fabulous.
You're doing fabulous. So he said he's going to join us tonight to help you stuff your pockets full of cash at Remington Park on Classics night. So
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to back it up, but we'll try.
that's always the idea to try, right? It's always worth the A for effort.
Yep.
So as always, we take a look at the races, and the first race here is we'll analyze them, go through pace setup, also talk a little bit about the profile of a winner. This first race is 7 furlongs, Oklahoma Classics Filly and Mare Stakes starter, and we take a quick look at what a profile of a winner looks like here. As you can see, 7 furlongs on the dirt so far at the meet. There's been about a dozen of them. Looks to me like you want to have a little bit of early pace and perhaps a middle post. David Cabrera is the top jockey, along with Leonardo Caldes, maybe. And Kerry Craddock is the only trainer with a horse here that has more than 2 wins at the distance. You see anything in that setup, Karl, that you would disagree with in terms of the track bias?
No, not so much. I do hate, I've always hated the rail going 7 ace. So it's 6-5. There's no way I can land on the one horse, even coming off that huge effort. I'm going to drop a bomb on you guys right away. High Class Euro gets a piece of this at 17-1 currently.
And what number is that?
That's the 3 horse.
The 3 horse. All right. Well, let's take a quick look at how we think the horses will break out of the gates. It looks like Cherokee Lass will be the fastest, followed by Just About Right, Billy G. They all have pretty similar pace figures. And then on the way home, Keena, Snow Track, Cherokee Lass, Just About Right. Those should be the ones that come the quickest. We'll run down the field real quick. The first horse is Just About Right. Any thoughts on that horse, Karl?
Not necessarily that one in particular, except for the fact that the rail post at this price, it's just really tough. To me,
what are your thoughts,
the 5
Terry?
projects to be on the lead to me, and possibly an uncontested lead.
Uncontested lead. How about you, Terry? What do you think about the one?
Yeah, the
What's
one.
that?
The one's actually is on the rail, and it is a hard place to be. But he's finished in the money 9 times in the last 9 races. So and he's won 2 of those. So that's of course why he's such a hard favorite, I think.
Mm-hmm. And then go ahead, Terry.
Well, he's going to break out close to the lead and try to come off from close to the pace, I think. So.
Number 2 is She's a Hot Flash. Yeah, number 1 last time out did put a big race in. It was one of the few that's speed figure over par. Number 2 is She's a Hot Flash. Leonardo Congalvis on there, as I mentioned, one of the better jockeys at the distance. 1, 2 out of 3 at Remington Park. Think she can make it a third one, Karl?
I do not.
What about you, Terry? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm out.
And your thoughts, Terry?
Number 2, yeah, I've got the same opinion that Karl has on number 2. So
simply forgettable. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that's all right. That's how it goes, right? It's horse racing. We all have to have our own ideas. I don't have much love for the 2 horse either. The 3 horse is the High Class Euro. You already mentioned that's your bomb to start it off. What do you like about that horse that makes it your bomb, Karl?
Well, first off, you throw out the last race because it was on the turf, so that's an automatic throw out. The previous race at Fair Meadows at Tulsa was against the boys. You go 4 races back, and it was beating your 8-5 favorite at Fair Meadows at Tulsa. I mean, how do you not take a stab on a horse like this at 17-1?
What do you think, Terry? You taking a stab too?
No, I wasn't going to, but he makes a lot of sense with what he's saying. So,
all right. And then number 4 is the One for Fun, Terry. This horse does have a history of a little bit of early pace. Do you have it in your picks?
No, but the trainer does win 33% of the time the second time after a claim. So,
all right. And what are your thoughts on the 4 horse, Karl?
These waters are too deep. Still a non-3. Kerry Craddock had an excellent meet and ran second for her when she's literally won every race in sight and couldn't win it on 3. She's not winning in this spot.
Number 5, Kina. This is a horse. It looks like it should be rated right off the early pace, and from our pace analysis, that's the right place to be. What do you think about Kina, Karl?
I disagree with you just a little bit. I think she will 100% be on the lead in this race and is formidable. I mean, 9 outs at the track, 3 wins, 3 seconds, pace, and what's a really weak race. I know that because I won it last year with one.
Okay. Terry, how about you?
Yeah, well, she's my second pick. She's got a lot going for her, I think. Actually, she's like he said, three wins out of 9 races at this track, and she's just came back and had her first race and ran a great second. Has a decent workout on October 7th, 101.4 breezy.
Yeah, it does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface. That's one of my favorites. Number 6 is Snow Trick. Has a history of some of the, I think it's produced the top fractions, quarterly fractions for any of these horses in the last 10 starts, and also has 3 consecutive speed figure increases. What do you think about Snow Trick, Mr. Broberg?
Horse on the improve for a perennial leading owner, Danny Caldwell. Blew up the tote board the last time at 30-1. Judging by the post position and the way it likes to come running, I assume it's going to come running again. But arch nemesis Danny Caldwell, I'm always going to take a stand against. So you have to ignore me in this spot.
Arch nemesis, huh? Batman. Who's Batman? Who's the Joker?
He's 100% the Joker.
How about you, Terry? What's your thoughts?
I like it. It's my third pick. It's won 2 in a row. Trainer 21% of the time wins when bringing a winner back from the last race. And it's got a really good jockey trainer combination in 7 mounts. They've had 4 wins and a third.
Yeah, Billy G is the 7 horse. It's a horse that looks like it likes to get out early and then fade late. Do you see that same thing, Karl?
Most likely, yes.
Third start off a layoff. You think that's an opportunity, or is that an overhyped angle?
100% that's an overhyped angle.
What are your thoughts, Terry?
Yeah, I don't think this is a good one to play. It is coming back to dirt, but still, it's not something I would put in my picks.
In your picks, all right. And then finally, the 8 horse, Cherokee Lass, as I mentioned. Cherokee Lass, I think, is the one that has a good shot to be on the lead as well. What do you think about Cherokee Lass's chances to get in front of that 5 horse, Karl?
I want to know what speed figures you're using to have that one projected to be on the lead. 0 for 21 at Remington Park. Even the magic of David Cabrera is not going to get that one there tonight. I'll pass.
How about you, Terry?
Yeah, I agree. Although I think that it might, get mid-pack somewhere. It might close for like third or fourth.
Third or fourth, finish up the superfecta. All right. Well, now is the time to make our picks, so we can go ahead and start with that cash stuffing. I know, Karl, you say you wanted to start with the 3, but who do you like behind it?
5. 3, 5.
Anything else? Just 3, 5?
Stick right there. Stick right
Terry?
there. I'm shooting for a bomb right away.
Okay. Well, my first pick is number 1, just about tight right. And then I like the number 5, Kina. And then number 6, Snow Trick. And then I like the number 3, High Class Euro.
All right. For me, I'm going to go 5, 1, 6, and 8. Of course, we'll see how they line up when it goes official, as always, folks. Good luck with your bets, and we hope to see all of your picks in the winner's circle. We'll be back right after the race for some post-race commentary. That's a way to start, Terry, with an ice cold trifecta.
Yep, worked out
Right?
really well. Yeah.
Yeah, it did work out pretty well. Carl had to step away for a moment. Now he's back with us.
Okay.
That race kind of went to form. What did you say, Carl?
I didn't say anything yet, but I will say this. Congratulations on the cold try. Betting horses like that in the long run are going to make for a broke horse player. I mean, she tried at the 75 non-3 level 5 times. She ran a huge race last time out that she'd never run before, and she managed to duplicate it tonight.
I was hoping the 5 would get in front of it, though, so I could have the ice cold instead of Terry.
Believe me, I was cheering for you as well. I needed the 5.
Well, we'll get the. We'll see what we can do in race number 2. It did always take that long for them to finalize the results at Remington, Carl, or is that just an unusual thing in race 1 there?
I've already switched over to Delta since I have a horse in the upcoming race, so I didn't see it. But no, there must be something amiss.
Maybe so you got a race at Delta.
We've added by chiming in.
So the folks who are sitting at home right now on their computer, you got a horse in Delta. What race number?
Race number 4. I have the 9 horse, an underlay at 6-5, but I really like him in this spot.
All right, there you go. A little extra insight there. The 9 horse in the race coming up at Delta Downs. We'll be back 12 minutes to post for race number 2 at Remington Park. That one is, I think, 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. They don't run very many like that, but we'll talk about the ones that they've run so far and see if we can find any trends to exploit. See if we can hit another ice cold, try to get started, maybe with a little bit of a better price.
Yeah, that's true. The exacta paid pretty well, though, $21 for a $2 bet.
And what about the try? What did it pay?
That really did.
Yeah, the try paid $14.65 for 50 cents.
Well, not bad. So $56. I'll take that for 50 cents, right?
Bragging rights.
Indeed, for now. It's first up on the tee when we come back for race number 2. We'll see you in 12 minutes to post.
And good luck to your horse and there at Delta.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed, to all of them. Terry, we're back for race number 2. You
Yep.
got to get the hair like. You're looking pretty there, Terry, for sure. Karl had to step away for a moment. She's probably, I don't know, how did his horse do? Did you take a look at that race or not?
No, I haven't seen. I guess.
Yeah, I know I was getting ready for this, so I understand how that works, Terry.
Yeah.
So race number 2 is 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. And it looks to me like in this particular case, Terry, you're looking at horses that you want to have. Looks like you kind of want horses that are near the lead out of the gate, and then have posts perhaps on the inside or maybe on the outside. Now, there's only been a handful of races at the distance, so it's really not a big data set here, Terry, but big enough for us to have maybe identify a couple of trends there. Let's take a look at how they might stack up when they come out. Number 6, Okie Queen, is probably the fastest horse out of the gate. Dipping in will be right behind. On the way home, Lady Orchid, and dipping in, again, should be a part of the horses with the strongest late pace as well.
Yeah.
So do you see anything there, Terry, that you disagree with?
No, it looks fine to me.
All right. So, yeah, it looks like we lost Karl for a moment. He's probably a little busy. I'm sure he'll return.
Yeah, well, his race hasn't went off yet as far as I can tell.
So he's probably paying attention to that. All right. Well, let's go ahead and run through the field, Terry. Race. Go ahead.
No, I said, okay.
All right. So the first horse, as I mentioned, number 1, is Dipping In, Terry. What are your thoughts about the rail horse?
I like number 1. It's finished in the money 6 out of 7 races. She's and won 2 of those. So got a pretty good chance, I think.
Yeah, it was the favorite last time out, got beat. The trainer, Ray Ashford, pops back maybe at a decent rate. It doesn't really post that, but I would expect the horse to perform well in its third start off a layoff too. I know that's the overhyped angle, as Karl told us a moment ago. Number 2, She's All Wolf. This is a horse that also making a third start off a layoff. Terry, what do you think about She's All Wolf?
Yeah, that's my third pick. Finished 2nd and 3rd in the last 2 races. Now going back to dirt where she last won at a mile. So I think she's got a good chance.
Yeah, she also has some of the best early pace. If you go a little bit deeper back in the past performances, She's All Wolf does have a little bit of giddy up and go. And number 3 is Gospel. Lucille, this is a horse, Terry, last time out, first time off of a little bit of a layoff, just completely bombed. You see anything in the workouts? You see anything in its past performance history, like second time off a layoff, that indicates it's going to be better?
Well, the only positive things I see is that it's been 6 times out of 8 in the money at Remington Park, and also it's won the one race at this distance. It's ran at 1, and it's got a workout that puts it, 3rd out of 1948 for handling. But I don't have it as one of my picks.
Got to see red, Terry. This is probably going to be your pace setter, as we mentioned. Won 3 in a row. 2 of them weren't close. Second start off a layoff. Looks like history says the horse might regress a little bit in round 2.
Yeah, it has a really hot trainer-jockey combo in the last 14 days. They've won 2 out of 5 races, ran 2nd in one of them. Mm-hmm. And as you said, won 2 races in a row, going for a hat trick.
Mm-hmm. One has won 5 out of 7 lifetimes, so the horse definitely knows where the winner circle is. And Carrie Craddock, I think she was the top trainer at this distance, so this is a horse that should be, I think, prepared to make a good run in this race. Number 5 is Ekati's Hit. Terry, this is another one that came off the bench and bombed. Anything today that's going to see that horse improve?
I don't really think so, although it has a fairly decent workout on October 8th of 48.3 handling, 9th out of 51. It has won at Remington Park, and it's finished in the money 3 out of 4 times at this track. So.
Yeah, maybe you see some improvement second off a layoff. I'm not sold. Number 6 is Okie Queen. This is a horse that should be also part of the early pace, Terry. Last time out, got off to a pretty good start. Fractions weren't much better than the race before, maybe caught a little bit of a slower field that in the last time out. Third time off a layoff last time, kind of regressed in the other 3, that's most recent 3-race cycle. You think it's got a shot here?
Well, I didn't pick it as one of mine, but it was interesting to see that second race after a layoff where it's ran second and beaten half a length. All
right. So for me, that horse has the top pedigree and does have one of the best last race speed figures. I don't know though, that big jump there. When you see that sort of jump, sometimes you have a problem.
Yeah.
The 7-horse Gray Girl Go is Karl's horse. Looks like they canceled the card at Delta Downs, and so he had some stuff to take care of there, a little cleaning up, so to speak. So I expect he'll be back, join us a little bit later on in the show. But what do you think about Karl's horse?
Well, he ran third at a mile, beating only a neck, and now stretches out to a mile and 70 yards. He's finished 80% of the time during her career in the money, winning 20% of those races. So, I got a shot. I didn't have it in my top 4, but
Last Rouse was pretty good. Yeah, I think that looking at this particular horse, Terry, second start off a layoff, and also you see the bettors take that horse from a 15-1 morning line all the way down to 6-1. So I don't know if Karl got on the phone, and that's what he's doing now, letting his buddies know about that one, right?
Could be.
Number 8 is Lady Orchard. This is a horse that's going to go back from the turf to the dirt. Second start off a layoff, Terry. Usually runs pretty well on the second start, maybe an inch better than the first start, and it's got some nice bullet workout since its last race. So a little bit of improvement possible here. Bullet workout. Is it your winner?
Yeah, I like that. That's my top pick. It's finished in the money 70% of the time during her career, won 47% of those races. And like you said, she has bullet workouts. As a matter of fact, she has 2 in a row.
Yes, and then also 3 wins, 2 seconds in 5 across the Oklahoma track there, Terry.
Right.
There's a lot of pressure on you now, Terry, to go ahead after that early ice cold trifecta to get off to a good start. But we always get off to a good start, right? No matter what.
Seem to, yeah. But I like the number 8, Lady Orchid, as my top pick. Number 1, Dipping In, is my second pick. Number 2, She's All Wolf, is my third pick. And number 4, Gotta See Red, is my fourth pick.
I'm going to go 4. 4, 8, 6, and 2, Terry. 4, 8, 6, and 2.
Sounds good.
We'll find out how they line up when it's official, and we hope, as always, to see all of your picks. Terry, where?
In the winner's circle.
Yes, and we'll be back to discuss the how the race looked when it's over. And also, if you like what you're seeing tonight and you're new, please hit that subscribe button down there on YouTube. Hit the bell when we go live. Terry and I also do a live show Monday through Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. We talk about some horse racing related news. We make a pick 4 selection, as well as Terry's best bet and a couple of other things that happen kind of spontaneously throughout the show. So, and then we do a podcast every Thursday night at 9:30 right here on Horse Racing Radar TV. Hope to see your picks in the winner's circle when it's official.
See you then.
All right, Terry, you start off with a trifecta, and now you come right back in race number 2 with a superfecta.
That's right.
Not in the right order, but
No.
in the same. You had the top 4 horses in your top 4 picks, with the one horse coming in second. So it would have been a little bit nicer for you, I think, if the one horse had come in first.
Yes,
that would have given you a better payout. But
yeah,
for a dime, your superfecta, it paid $12.09.
correct.
Not
and the
bad.
exacta paid $38.40. So
Yeah, that'll work, right?
yeah, it will. And of course, dipping in paid $8.40 to place. So yeah, I thought it was a good pick, my second pick. So yeah, I was happy.
Oh yeah, of course. You always got to be happy when you get the top 4, right? Just
Yeah.
we got to get them ice cold though, Terry. That's always the the target, right?
That's
Ice cold
the goal.
trifecta, ice cold exacta, ice. We just want to go ice cold exacta, trifecta, superfecta.
Yeah.
I think the first time I have a day where I go like that, every race on the card where I get all 4 pick, I'm going to retire them right there on the spot. We're done. There's no place left to go but down, right?
Yeah, that's true. So
that brings 2 races in. Race 3 is Oklahoma Classic Sprint Stakes. It's going to be 6 furlongs on the main track. So yet another distance, like we do for every race. We'll be back with the profile of a winner, what the early and late pace projections look like. Terry and I will run down every horse. Maybe Karl will be back with us after he's done cleaning up Delta Downs' mess from closing the track tonight a little bit early. And then we'll make our picks once again, and we'll see if Terry can make it 3 for 3 in terms of trifecta, superfecta. The pressure's on, my man.
I know. I'm really looking forward to the next race. Welder's in there, and I've bet on Welder several times over the years. And this will be his last race. He's retiring. He's going to become a pony horse after this. So
I wish I could retire after this race, Terry, but this won't be the case. All right, we'll see you 12 minutes to post, Terry.
All right, see you then.
Terry, it seems like you and everybody on the planet likes Welder here in race number 3. It's 6 furlongs on the main track, the Oklahoma Classics
Yep.
Sprint Stakes for $130,000. Terry, taking a quick look at what a 6 furlong winner looks like, Terry, you'll see that the first call, the winner is usually somewhere between, well, every now and then, about 15% of the time, they wire the field. But looks like you want to be the assistant pilot, not the co-pilot, but the assistant pilot, running third, maybe fourth or fifth. It seems like you kind of want to be tactical speed and not absolute blast off speed.
Yep.
And it looks like you also want to have maybe honestly, looking at those numbers, Terry, it says to me you can win from any post. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah. I would.
So I don't think there's a bias in terms of post position at 6 furlongs on the main track. Let's look at how they might get out of the gate, Terry. Number 4, Shannon C is likely to be the fastest one, but Mesa Moon isn't all that far behind in terms of early pace. Welder should sit right behind the early pace. And then on the way home, Fast Breakin' Cash, Mesa Moon, and No Lack of Speed. Those 3 should have the strongest push at the end. The question is, will they be close enough at the end to get themselves involved for a piece of the money pie, Terry?
Yep.
So let's take a run down the field, Terry, looking at starting off with horse number 1, Fast Breaking Cash. What are your thoughts about, well, I know what your thoughts are about Cash, Terry, but what about Fast Breaking Cash?
Well, he's finished 10 times out of 12 in the money at Remington Park, and he's won 3 of those races. So that's about a 25% win percentage at that track. And the trainer, whenever he brings the horse back after 90 days plus, he wins 31% of those races.
Pretty good number. Yeah. Top pedigree for the distance and the surface. One thing, though, is the horse itself hasn't run particularly well fresh. So I think this is really like a horse that, I mean, they probably want to win this race, but maybe they're thinking about the next race as well.
Could be.
No Lack of Speed, number 2, is a horse that's making its third start off a layoff. The last 2 times the horse has made it through a 3-race cycle. The third race kind of degenerated a little bit. Layoff, third time off a layoff, 1 of 8 winner for trainer Jesse Oberlander. Terry, what are your thoughts about the 2-horse?
Yeah, well, he ran a really good race last time out. He ran second, just beating the neck. And he's actually going farther today, so that may help his chance. He's got a high percentage trainer. In the last 20 mounts, trainers had 12 in the money and 6
That's
winners.
workable.
Yeah, that's pretty good, yeah. And he's going back to the dirt, which is something that he does well at. So, yeah, I think he's a good-looking horse.
Yeah, just no wins in its last 7 races, only a second and a couple of thirds. So maybe needs to find some improvement in there. Number 3 is Euromatic. The horse has some of the best early fractions if you dig deep into the past performances. Not too deep, even in the last race, got off to a pretty good start. Won its last race by 3 1/4 lengths, Terry. History shows that horses that win big usually follow up a big win with another really strong effort. Maybe not a winning effort, but at least another solid effort.
Yeah, it has the highest last race speed rating and likes the distance. He's finished 5 times in the money out of 8 starts at Remington Park. He's won 4 out of 11 races. And this year he's 50% of the time in the money, and he's won one of those races. So, yeah, he's a contender.
Yeah, 9 out of 11 in the money at Remington Park. Can't argue with that. Shannon C, the 4-horse. Terry, this is one that probably will be the pace, the tone setter. Last 3 have been on the turf. Now moves back to dirt. Been real close to last 3. No more than a neck or a length away from winning 3 in a row.
Yeah, he's ran really 3 good races in a row, and on the turf. And then he's got a good trainer also. He's got a jockey in the last 7 days and 14 mounts, has won 5 of those. He has no problem with the distance, and he's finished in the money 5 out of 6 times at Remington Park. So
yes, also making its third start off a layoff, and The last 2 times it had a 3-race cycle. The third race was the best of the 3. So I'm expecting some improvement in this spot, Terry, if history holds or rhymes. I think it's I didn't what's it, Mark Twain said history rhymes. Number 5 is Fly to the Bank. Last time out, Terry, just absolutely awful. Maybe the second time off a layoff because it has since put in a nice bullet workout, returns to dirt where it's made it 6 out of 8 in the money at Remington.
Yeah, but it had the bullet work before that race on the 24th of September. Had a bullet work like 8 days before that. It did bore out on the turn, so that's probably why it got so far back. But I really don't think this horse is ready to do much in this race.
Well, its history says that it's got some pretty good early pace. So maybe they get off to a good start. You never know what'll happen. And James Helzer does hit at a nice over 20% rate when he goes from turf to dirt. So maybe it works again today. Number 6 to me, Terry, Ditaz hasn't one good race probably in the last 10, but it's only making its third start off a layoff after an extended period on the bench. Maybe, but I haven't seen anything in the first 2 to give me any hope.
Yeah, me neither. It's not a horse that I would put in my picks. So.
Nor would I. Number 7, Mesa Moon, Terry. Horse has never missed the board at Remington Park and has been in the money 8 of 10 lifetime, 4 of 5 at the distance.
Yeah, he actually last race he broke slow and he ran 5th, but he was only beaten a length and a quarter, and he's won 40% of his career races, so he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's another one that has a history of getting out of the gates a little bit quickly. So it's another horse that could press for the lead. So there's quite a few that looks to me like that could really try to set up and get up and try to win this race from the front, from the beginning to the end. Yeah. Number 8 is Welder. You say you've bet on this horse. It's its last time. It's won 15 of 21 at Remington Park, 19 of 33 at the distance. It's its swan song. I mean, are they going to just let this one win, Terry, because it's retirement party?
Well, I don't know. I don't think they ever let one just win. But I like the horse. I'm sentimental about it. It's got a high percentage jockey, David Cabrera. This horse has won 15 out of 21 starts at Remington Park, and he's been in the money 19 out of 21 starts. So I really think, he's a speed horse, and if he doesn't get pushed, I think he's going to go all the way.
I think he's going to get pushed, Terry, for sure, because like I said, it seems to me there's plenty of early speed. Teresa Lunek, the trainer, doesn't end up under a whole lot at this level, Terry, but when Teresa does, she's won, I think, 16 of 31. So that's a hell of a record right there.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So it's time to make your picks, Terry. I know you're going to start with the 8. Where are you going to go after that?
Oh, okay. Well, number 7, Mesa Moon, is my second pick. Number 4, Shannon C, is my third pick. And number 3, Aromatic, is my fourth pick.
So you have 8, 7, 3, and 4. I have the same 4 horses, Terry, just a little different order. I have 8, 3, 7, and 4. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. We hope that all of your bets, no matter which one you pick, ends up in the winner's circle. Ain't that right, Terry?
That's absolutely right. Stuff your pockets with cash.
So far, Terry's been stuffing your pockets with cash.
That's right.
Yes, indeed. I feel mine are a little bit fatter today, but that's just a sock. All right, Terry. We'll see you when it's official. Good luck with your bets, everybody.
See you then.
Terry,
Well,
they might not let Welder go out on top, but that didn't stop both of us from having the superfecta there. The 10-cent super, Terry, we both had those 4 horses in our top 4 picks, slightly different order. That 10-cent super paid $39.43. So, Terry, you are stuffing people's pockets with cash tonight.
yeah, it worked out good. And look at that exacta, 62.20 for $2.
Not bad at all, right?
No, that's good. It's good.
Mhm. So we had the
absolutely.
exacta, we had the trifecta, we had the superfecta, Terry, both of
Yeah.
us. So does that
And
mean
it-
we had it twice?
I think so. Yeah. Trifecta paid $40.
Not bad.
Yeah, we had it
for 50
twice because
cents.
we both picked it. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have them in the exact order, but we had the 4 horses. So that's good news. Hopefully we can continue the hot streak. We're, what are we, a third of the way through the card, 3 out of 10 races. So
Yep.
right now we've had the both had the trifecta in the first race, exacta for me in the second race, exacta trifecta superfecta for you in the third race, and we both came back with the exacta trifecta and superfecta in our top 4 picks in race number 3. That's a kind of a daunting start, Terry. It's a little bit of a speed horse right there, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. That horse, that 4 looked pretty good. I liked the 4. It was my third pick. So, it looked pretty. It had won the last race out and has a really hot jockey on it right now. So,
So the next race is the first one on the turf. I think they have a couple on the turf tonight, 2 of them on the turf. It's a mile and a 16th. They got a kind of a weird starting spot. They kind of start like an eighth of the way, it looks like, through the backside turn. So we'll see if that has an impact on post position, running style. We'll talk about that and pace projections for race number 4 when we're back. 12 minutes to post. We'll see you then, Terry.
okay. See ya. Hello.
In the words of Don Henley, Terry, the heat is on. Because we have to keep up the good work so far tonight, Terry. It's all on you.
That's right. And no matter, the heat is really on because this race is where I have my pick of the day.
So we'll get to your pick of the day in the moment, right?
Yeah.
So the pick of the day, you can find that over at Horse Racing Radar if you haven't gone over there yet. If you're playing in the contest at Horse Racing Radar, just check that out. We have another contest tomorrow, another live one. I think that one tomorrow is at Keeneland. We won't have live analysis, I don't think, but you will be able to make your selections up to 2 minutes to post, so we'll be keeping track of that. And then, of course, Terry will be making our selections in just a moment here for race number 4 at Remington Park. Let's first talk a little bit about what the race looks like. It's a 1.16 miles on the turf course, first turf race of the evening. It is listed as firm. And as I mentioned early on, they do start off at a kind of a quirky spot in the back end of the turn here. So I don't know what impact that really might have on the setup for the race. But looking at the few races that they've had at the distance, I think it was 4, maybe 5, something like that. You see here, maybe even 6. You see that the first call, you got one of them that went wire to wire. 2, so I think there have been 6 races here. So the horses that were 4th and 5th came home 4 out of 6 times as the winners. Looking at the post positions, it does look to me like you have everywhere from 2 to 9. Doesn't really look like post position makes a difference, though the 2 horse did take home 2 of the 6 races so far. So maybe there's a little bit of a 2, 3, 4 advantage. I don't know if that's really the case with such a limited data set. Taking a look at how they'll break out of the gates, Terry, Courtly will likely be the fastest out of the gate. The heavy favorite Run, Sloopy Run, will be right on their tail. And then on the way home, Terry, looking at the 1 at Country Daisy, Alternative Slew. And, after the 1 horse, from the 9 all the way down to the 3, the 1 horse has a little bit of better numbers than everybody else, but from 9 to 3, so from Alternative Slew to Courtly, there isn't a whole lot to separate them in terms of their late punch for the kick home. Let's take a look at the field real fast, Terry, for this race here. Okay. The first horse is number 1, of course, and that is Country Daisy. Terry, what are your thoughts on Country Daisy?
I like Country Daisy quite a bit. As a matter of fact, it's my second pick. I had a hard time between her and my first pick, so I didn't which one to take. But she's always in the thick of things, and she'll be closing and trying to win. The trainer-jockey combination has won 3 out of 6 races in the last 14 days.
Yeah, was the favorite last time out against some of these here, including the favorite Run, Sloopy Run. The thing that concerns me a little bit was the second turf start, Terry, for the horse, and the fractions. She got slower fractions and still couldn't get the job done relative to the previous race, though the final time was a little bit faster. Number 2 is Twilight Curfew. The horse does have the top pedigree for the distance and the surface, Terry. Although trainer Ronnie Craven's the 1, 2, 3 third, he's run in non-graded stakes 35 times this year and has as many wins as you and I.
Yeah, and she's ran second 2 times in a row. And she's anytime the trainer's brought back a beaten favorite, he's won 26% of those races and has David Cabrera in the saddle.
Yeah, and David is, of course, one of the top jockeys. Lindy Wade, believe it or not, even though there's only 6 horses in this, 6 times they've run it, it's won 2 of them. Number 3 is Courtly. Horse does have, if you peel back the past performances a little bit, go back 5 races, put up the fastest early fractions that any horse in this field has achieved so far. It's only run once at Remington Park at a mile. Came from way back. So I don't think it'll be pressing the gas today, Terry, and rallied right on into the winner's circle.
Yeah, and it was the first time it had ever run in the turf. Can lead or close to win races, which is an angle I like.
Yes, it is one of your favorites. Number 4 is Leather and Lace. Like I said, Lindy Wade is the top jockey at the distance, 1, 2 out of the 6. So I think he has a sense of where he wants to put his horse. 3rd time off a layoff. The last time the horse had a 3-race cycle, it was the best of 3, and it's increased its speed figure 4 consecutive races. So a 5th might be enough, Terry. What do you think?
Maybe. It's likes the distance okay. It's won at this distance out of 3 starts and a 3rd. And the only thing that I have some negative thoughts about is it hasn't won at Remington Park at all. It's ran second out of nine starts. So
Number 5 is Hawaiian Typhoon, making its third start off a layoff. The last time it was in a 3-race cycle, the third was a little bit of a regression from the second. It was actually in Tahiti for honeymoon when they're called cyclones down there, I guess.
yes.
But and I was in my hut, not too far from the Pacific Indian Ocean, whatever it is down there,
Yep.
and I heard this boom, 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 these real loud pops on the hut. And I'm like, what in the world is that noise? So I decided to go outside in the middle of a cyclone to see what it is. And it's coconuts, Terry, flying
Oh, my
across,
Lord.
smashing into the side of the building. It's pretty interesting. But anyway, enough about those stories. Hawaiian Typhoon, what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, it's really not, it's got to get on top to win. It's proven that. And it has won 3 times out of 11 at Remington Park. But I don't think that, I don't think it's going to do that well in this race here. It's had 2 kind of bummer races in a row.
Yeah, the 3 and the 7 will keep him company for sure.
Yeah.
Number 6, Tick Tock Tockett, named after the hockey player. This is one, maybe, I don't know. Rick Tockett just comes to mind. But Tick Tock Tockett is a horse that should be coming late. Was one of the strongest closers, Terry, in the field. But like I mentioned, there's a big pack of closers in here. So only 2 seconds and 7 runs across the Oklahoma track. Any chance that Tick Tock Tockett can make good on that alliteration all the way to a winner's check?
I don't think so, although she's ran 4 times on the money in the last 4 races and has won one of those at a mile. But she's just not really – she's only ran on the turf 9 times and only got 2 seconds. So I'm not she's not popular with me. So
not with you. Run, Sloopy Run. Terry, this horse has been running very well. It's 2 for 2 at the Remington Park course. It is right now the 7-5 favorite. They're going to get a little bit of company, it looks like, from the 9 horse before too long, Terry. What do you think about Sloopy's run to 3 in a row at Remington Park?
Yeah, I like it as my third pick, but I think it's going to get beat. The trainer has in the last 14 days won 2 out of 3 races, but I don't think it's going to get the third race win.
Well, when you look at those 2 7.5 furlong runs on the Remington Park, just kind of coasting along up front, and then at the end just put on the turbo jets and said bye-bye. 7.5 furlongs. I wonder if the additional distance is going to actually work to its favor. Number 8 is Tiz the Boss. Terry, you're the boss tonight so far. So does Tiz the Boss have a chance to go ahead and put some money in people's pockets?
I don't care for it that much, although it does have a pretty decent workout. 5 furlongs, 1 minute breezing, best out of 5.
You had some sharp fractions last out too. So usually when you see some good fractions in a race early on, that's a pretty good sign. I do like the fact that the mid-pace number actually perked up a little bit in its last start. So usually when you see a horse make a nice mid-move, sometimes that's an indication that in the next race, it could be poised to do even better. Finally, number 9, I'm guessing, Terry, if I had to guess, based upon your commentary so far, this is your top choice. Was the favorite last time out, ended up finishing 3rd. It's the even money. This time, second time off a layoff. That should be pretty similar to the first one if the resume is at all indicative of how this horse runs.
And you're correct. It is my top pick. Always in the thick of things, and will be closing to win this race. The trainer jockey combination has won 3 out of 6 races in the last 14 days.
All right, Terry. So I know, I know from just listening, paying attention. I know you like the 9. I know you like the 1 and then the 7 in that order, but I don't know who your 4th pick is.
Number 3.
9173. Interesting. You and I have the same horses again. Same top 4 horses, but just a little bit different order again. I have the 7 with the 9 with the 1 and the 3. So we both agree the 3 horse is going to finish 4th. So that probably means, Terry, it's going to be the one that hits the tape first.
Could be.
No, I mean, the bettors are hoping that at 16-1, right?
Yeah. Actually, the 4 is 33-1, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we don't have the 4, so
I
don't care what the 4 is.
Yeah, I put my glasses on. The 3
All right,
16
Terry.
to 1.
We'll find out how they line up when it's official. May your bets and our bets, all of the bets, end up in the winner's circle. We'll see you when it's official.
Okay, see you then. Well, you hit the ice cold exacta.
So did everybody else, Terry, right? But
Yeah.
the
Well, they paid $16.80 for $2.
not too bad, right? For the ice cold. I would have liked to see the 3-horse finish third, but didn't get there. It all kind of faded off at the end there. But I knew when they came out of the turn, just the way the 7-horse was poised, that nobody was going to catch that horse at all. I didn't think any closer had a shot, and he just kind of, I don't even think the jockey asked him for everything in that race.
No, I agree with you. He did a really good job. So
yeah, he did a fantastic job on that horse for sure.
only thing
He got it in right position and all that stuff.
That's right. The only thing I was disappointed about was that my Daisy horse didn't run third. So got beat.
Yeah, what happens? I wish we would have had a horse run third as well, Terry. That would have been would have made for another trifecta, superfecta, that sort of thing, or at least along that path.
Yeah.
So taking a look at the contest right now, Terry, let's take a quick look at who's doing what.
Yeah,
so far, you have Melvin Hill in first place at 18 points, tied with the capper, Dancing Jeff, Joe McDowell, Goofus, Norman Slominski, Vincent Mazziota, Thurman Jackson, Death Row, Michael T. Jones, RMNTZ, or whatever. That one's making my dyslexia kick in. Those folks make up the top 11. There's a whole bunch of folks right behind. So it's still a wide open contest with a lot of races to go, Terry. There's another one tomorrow if you don't win out today at Keeneland over at Horse Racing Radar. Make sure you go check that out, Terry. And then I have a feeling, Terry, we're going to start seeing some prices pretty soon. What do you think?
I think so, yeah. That it's going to get a little harder. That race is going to get harder to handicap, and look like they're a lot more competitive than these last ones.
Well, just deeper fields are coming up, so that deeper field sometimes can be a little bit difficult for the closing type horses. You and I have seen it over the last couple of days. We do pick fours on our show every day, not just for the pick four, because they're also there for exactas and for Terry and I to hash out some different kind of betting angles and different sorts of statistics we see with horses. And then, hopefully a learning experience for both Terry and I and the community, the Horse Racing Radar TV community. But with these big, deep fields, a lot of times you see horses that don't get a good trip that are closers, get blocked, get behind a wall of horses. The other jockeys know, and we've heard from jockeys that they'll deliberately in our Players Edge podcast, if they know a horse to its inside maybe has a little bit stronger leg kick, they'll box that horse in. So sometimes with these longer races, this one's 6 furlongs coming up, but deeper fields, being in the front is usually a little bit better than being in the back.
I think so, yeah.
Well, we'll find out how they race for the next race, Terry. 12 minutes to post, right?
Yeah, that's right. We'll see you then.
Yes, and I think the race number 5 coming up is the Oklahoma Classic Lassies, back to 6 furlongs. So it's the distance that are on the most, so we have a little bit more data to look at. We'll look at early pace, what a winner looks like typically at 6 furlongs on the main track on a fast surface at Remington Park. When we get back, 12 minutes to post. We will see you then.
See you then.
I'm sure flies, Terry, when you're having fun. No,
It sure does. Yep.
what could be more fun than a Friday night at the track, hitting supers, hitting tries, hitting ice cold. Yeah, cheap, not cheap, but ice cold, easy exact as in that last race, chalk on chalk. But nonetheless, like you always say, Terry, where else can you turn $1 into $19 or whatever in a minute and a half?
That's right. Absolutely.
So the pressure is on, Terry, to keep it up. We are coming into race number 5. That is the Oklahoma Classics Lassie Stakes. It's $100,000, 6 furlong race, Terry, on the main track. We looked at a 6 furlong race a little bit earlier in the day, but in this 11 horse field, this is what the win rates look like. It looks to me like you probably want to be in the first 4, maybe the first 5 for sure. But it looks like, as I mentioned before, the assistant pilot, and I don't know if that's the hierarchy in the cockpit or not, but the horse who's been 3rd and 4th, they've got the highest winning percentage behind the wire-to-wire types in the horse that runs 5th. So stalkers, I think, with some tactical speed. And it looks to me like any post position could win based upon the numbers we see there, Terry. Even the 10 horse has got in a win.
Yeah, I see that.
Mm-hmm. So as far as pace is concerned, looking at the early pace figures, Terry hits Pricey Legacy. Actually, it's kind of from the 11 down to the 2. So hits Pricey Legacy, Fresica di Argentino, Presley's Artwork, Bouget, Brit. Oh, man, these words are killing me. Morning Twilight, a little bit easier to read. All those numbers, they all have some pretty similar early pace type numbers, Terry.
Yeah.
On the way home, the 7 horse has a little bit better numbers than the 10, who has a little bit better numbers than the 5, who has a little bit better numbers than the 2. I think you get my drift on how that plays out all the way down to the bottom.
Yep.
So that's once again analyze the field, Terry, and see who we like in this race, which horses we think have a shot to win. And hopefully at the end of it all, Terry, we can pick a winner, right?
That sounds good to me.
A few winners, maybe, like exacta, trifecta. That's kind of what we're looking for, right?
It is, yeah.
So number 1 is Jen Psaki's horse, Circleback Girl, the president's press secretary. Horse has been running now, 4-start career. Last time broke its maiden. I'm not a big fan of horses that take 3 shots to break their maiden, and then from there did not at least run the highest last race speed figure last time out.
Yeah, that's true. Although the trainer does win 18% of the time with sprints. And, the horse, the trainer in the last 14 days has won 5 out of 9 starts.
Number 2 is Morning Twilight. Elliot Stewart, Terry, is one of the top jockeys at the distance. And Stephen Asmussen is one of the trainers whose name shows up a couple of times in the winner's circle, the most behind our earlier guest, Karl Broberg. Man, I'm having a tough time remembering things. So Stuart Elliott, Stephen Asmussen, very good jockey trainer combo.
Absolutely. That was a really great race, that first race, maiden race that she broke. And like you said, has a great trainer and jockey. And matter of fact, the last 14 days, they've won 7 out of 15 mounts, and they ran second 3 times and third twice. So that's 12 out of 15. And the money in that horse was heavily bet.
Yes, was the even money favorite. Yes, sir. Yep. $310,000 horse, so not too cheap, Terry. Although, again, I'm not a big fan of horses that break their maiden, move straight up into some big time ranks, and don't at least post the top last race speed figure. I like to see that the horse can manage to face against some more experienced horses. Number 3, Bring It On, Baby. Didn't bring much to its debut.
No, he ran 3rd by 13 lengths, but that's about it. I can't use it.
Well, the workouts weren't so bad either. Middle of the road heading into that start. So maybe it improves in the second off the layoff. We'll see. Number 4 is Presley's Artwork. Showed some speed last time out and then kind of faded. Got a really good jump. And then third time off a layoff, Terry, maybe you see a little bit better this time. Its speed figures increased nicely from 1 to 2.
Yeah, it did. And if it continues to improve, it could do well. But again, I didn't pick it as one of my horses. So
yeah, well, jockey David Cabrera, who's tops there, he got off the 4 Presley's Artwork to ride Smokin' Okie. Horse did win its debut as almost a 29-1 shot. I wish we would have had him, Terry.
Yeah, that'd been nice.
Yes, indeed. Comes back, Terry, and hasn't put in a pretty slow workout since then.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're going to see it live up to its performance or its odds in race number 2.
Yeah, I do like that it won its maiden race and that Cabral stayed on this horse. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ran away from the pack. I kind of like that. Number 6 is Bougie Brit. Horse did improve from race 1 to race 2, although, I mean, it added a half a furlong, and the fractions were pretty similar, but it stepped up its pace. So maybe in round 3 should get up close to the front and try to wire the field again.
He might try to do that, but you don't know what some of these ones are going to do that haven't had any races yet. So.
Yeah, tough to tell.
Yeah.
Freccia de Argento. Freccia de Argento. Maybe. A horse has been in every single race. Terry, it did take 5 cracks to win its maiden claim in 50,000 at Gulfstream Park. So I think Gulfstream Park is probably a little bit, what I would say, of a probably higher caliber horses running. And the only horse in the field to put in a last race speed figure above par for this. If you look at its 5 speed figures, far and away, I think the most consistent, best numbers in the field.
Yeah, and it's improving every race. I like the horse a lot. It's like you said, it won its last race at Gulfstreams. It's got the highest last race speed rating, and the best dirt speed is the fastest among today's starters.
Mm. Take Me Serious is a debut horse at 20-1. Terry, the last, I do like, and I'll bring it up on the screen real quick. One of the things that I do like to see, Terry, for maiden horses, I think you know where I'm going to go with this, but down here, you have the bullet workout before the horse hits the track, the fastest of 26 at Remington Park for 5 furlongs. I call that the bullet and go angle, Terry. Yes. This horse, 20-1 morning line. Right now, the horse is 13-1. So taking in a little bit of money.
Yeah, and it's had really good workouts all along. A lot of times you'll see a horse have one good workout, but this horse has had good workouts all along. Mm-hmm. And the sire wins with the first-time starter 16% of the time. The breeding suits today's sprint distance.
Tiptoe Henny, that horse is making its 3rd start. It did regress from race 1 to race 2, Terry. Been bet okay in the first two outings. Wonder if the bettors are going to run away from the 9 and regret it.
Well, they might, although I'm not a big, one for this horse. It's not really done much. The workouts are kind of mediocre. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot there either. So, and a big step up in class from last time out without a big step up in performance. Number 10, Little Jimmy Sue made a real nice close, almost got to the leader, only a half a furlong away from winning that race. The extra distance today, Terry, that extra half a furlong last race might have been enough for it to break its maiden.
It could be, yeah. You could be right about that. It ran a really good race and, was gaining right at the end there. So, yeah, it likes to run. You can tell that.
Yeah, definitely. Number 11, Hits Pricey Legacy, Terry. Horse ran a nice race in its debut, blew away a field at Remington Park. Got the 3rd. It was a inside draw, the 3 post. This time around, it's the 11, way outside. Yeah. Last time out, it was the 7th of 7 horses. Tried to get to the front and faded. Now it's the 11th of 11 horses. Another horse that's probably going to try to get to the front. I'm a little concerned we might see a repeat of the last race.
Yeah, I think we will. I think this 11 post is going to kill him. It's had a sharp workout last time, but I think being way on the outside like that's going to be hard for it to get where it needs to be.
Can we just go with harm instead of kill?
Yeah.
All right, Terry. So how do you rank them?
Okay, let me see here. I like number 2 as my first pick, Morning Twilight. Mm-hmm. Then I like number 11 as my second pick, Hits Pricey Legacy. Mm-hmm. Number 7 is my 3rd pick, and I like number 8 as my 4th pick.
All right. So I thought this was going to be the 4th consecutive race where we have the same 4 horses. Like, oh no, what is going on? I'm going to go with the 7 on top over the 11, the 5, and the 2. I think the Gulfstream class will show up here. The consistency in the 7 horse. And hopefully we'll find out that they line up in one of our orders, Terry, when they hit the finish line.
Yep, I hope so.
Good luck at the track, everybody, and hope that your ticket ends up in the winner's circle. We will see you when it is official.
Okay, see you then.
Well, Terry, your turn to go ice cold. And we mentioned in the pre-race stuff that Stuart Elliott and Steve Asmussen were a good combination, and it proved to be a good combination. Paying $15 to win, and that $2 exacta, Terry, that you had spot on $60.
That's right. Really nice.
I had the 2 and 11 in my picks. I had a feeling that there was going to be some prices coming there, Terry. They definitely were some prices behind the 2 and the 11.
Yeah, there was. Yes, absolutely. That number one paid pretty good to show. And he actually wouldn't have been hard to get. He had done so well last race.
It was actually in my terms of my picks, my fifth pick in my but I put my 7 in there instead. I guess that Gulfstream Park to Remington Park. I guess Texas, Florida ain't got nothing on Texas. Or that's Oklahoma. Florida ain't got nothing on Oklahoma. What am I talking about? Texas.
Yeah, nowhere close. Well, it's close, but not.
That's right close. On top, right? I mean, yeah. I don't know why I thought Texas. It just seems to me, I don't know. But in any case, now we're coming up to race number 6. So we're halfway through the card. And we've had some winners in every single race, a couple of ice colds, a nice trifecta, superfecta. So hopefully we got 5 more in us, Terry, before we head up and out of here for a Friday night. The 6th race is Oklahoma Classics Cup Stakes. It's 1 mile and a 16th. It's a little bit longer race. Once again, it's a distance I don't think we've talked about yet. So we'll cover which horses have the profile of a winner. We'll cover which horses have the pace and the late pace to get home. We'll talk about which horses we like, which ones we don't like. We'll run through the gambit. And then, of course, at the end, we'll make our picks and try to go ice cold once again, Terry.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, indeed. We'll talk about it. 12 minutes to post to race number 6, the Oklahoma Classics Cup Stakes. We'll see you then.
Okay, see ya.
I forgot to add Terry. Terry, sorry about that. I mean, I did add you, but sometimes when you click, like the click spot on the add window is very small. Like if I, and that's why sometimes when we tune out, why I don't tune out, and then you hear me talk about how much I love the New York Yankees.
Oh yeah,
if you remember that,
I do.
I'm sure people who've been around long enough remember that too, Terry.
Yeah. Well, I probably
Anyway.
would. I was the same way last night with the Giants Dodger game.
Yeah, well, it was a close game, right? Down to the last minute there. And the controversial call to end the game on the check swing. Most people on Twitter today and the social media universe were like they would never, if they were an umpire, end a series on a call like that. But they're not the umpire; they're at home.
That's true.
So you have the Oklahoma Classics Cup Stakes. It's a 1 mile and a 16th, Terry, on the main course. They don't run a whole lot at that distance, Terry.
No.
But when they do, this is what it looks like. Oh, I have the wrong race up in there. Number 6. See how that works out?
Yeah.
They've run, I think, 4. So at the first call, you either want to kind of be first or third, or you want to be last. And most of the work, 25%, I only put it to 6 horses because there's only 6 horses in the field, but most of the 3 of the other 4 winners came from post 6 and out. So maybe there's an outside post bias, Terry. I don't know. It's a little bit too early to tell with only a handful of races, but we do know how these horses will run based upon their experience and their resumes. This is how we project them busting out of the gate. Great faces, along with Number One Dude and Apsaroka. Maybe I got that right. Those 3 do look like they have the best early pace, Terry. Yeah. On the way home, the other 2 that Don't Tell Nobody, United Patriot, and Tonal Totalitarian. Oof, that tongue twister there. Those horses don't have the same giddy up and go as the top 3. On the way home, Don't Tell Nobody. That horse, they appears to have better late pace than just about everybody else. And then on the way down, the 1 through 3 all have similar late pace figures. And the 5 great faces, after leading the race around the first turn, maybe could be tiring as badly as anybody as the race comes to a close, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about every horse now in the field, starting with the first horse, and that's Apsaroka. The horse is on the rail. David Cabrera, one of the top jockeys, 4 of 9 at the track, lifetime winner. What do you say?
Well, I think it's a pretty good horse. Has won 2 races in a row, and the trainer, when bringing a horse back a third time off of a layoff, wins 20% of those races. Of course, he won the last race at Remington Park. Has a sharp workout October 8th, 4 furlongs, 48 and change handling, 3rd out of 51 workouts.
Mm-hmm. And did run some of the best opening fractions last time. I mean, the horse has just blown away the field the first 2 off the layoff. So maybe he'll do it again in the 3rd. 3 in a row and the 3rd off the bench. Don't Tell Nobody, Terry. Horse has been on the board 6 of 7 at Remington Park. Maybe the distance isn't its favorite, but does have a pretty good jockey in Ramon Vasquez, another making a 3rd start off a layoff.
Yeah, and does have one of the best dirt speeds among today's starters. He actually has been in the money 3 times out of the 5 at this distance, winning one of those, and he's won 3 out of 7 races at Remington Park.
Tonal Totalitarian. Too many T's for me, Terry. Make it 3 in a row that are making it their 3rd start after a layoff. The horse has a win, has 3 seconds, so maybe a horse that likes to hang maybe a little bit at Remington Park, though it does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface.
Yeah, it'll be closing from really deep, and it's like a lot of those deep closers. Ever so often, they'll up and get you right there at the end. The workouts have been, at least the last couple have been, okay, not great. So you've got a chance.
Yeah, and it does indeed have a chance. And I do like the fact that across the board, the early and the mid-pace numbers improved last time out, though it did tail off a little bit with the late pace number, but maybe that was a reflection of the horse getting out and going. So the 4th horse is the 4th horse making the 3rd start off a layoff. That's United Patriot. Horse did show some improvement a little bit in race number 2 off the bench. Was bet pretty well against many of these horses. Not getting bet today, though, Terry.
No, I guess not, because he didn't perform all that well in that last race. He does have a good jockey, Jose Alvarez, who in the last 7 days have won 4 out of 15, and ran in the second once and third twice. And it's won 3 out of 15 at this track. And the distance, it has no problem with the distance.
Seems like all the trainers are on the same cycle here, Terry, because Great Faces is the 5th horse, and it's the 5th one making its 3rd start off a layoff. Last ran on September 23rd, put in a really good workout since then. Although the speed figures increased, minus the late pace number, all the other internal numbers actually regressed a little bit, Terry.
Yeah.
Not my favorite thing to see, but the final number gives me some inspiration.
Yeah, it's eligible to improve after third race after a layoff, and it's finished in the money 7 out of 8 times at Remington Park. Yeah, it's won 2 of those, ran second 3 times and third twice. But I don't know if it likes the distance. Ran twice at this distance and hasn't finished in the money.
Hasn't cashed a check. Well, if it did, it was a 4th place check. Number 6, number 1 dude, the only horse in the field, Terry, that's not making the 3rd race off a layoff. It's won 4 of 5 at the Remington Park course. Last time out, just absolutely smashed a field of 7 by 7.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the moment, well, last time I checked, it wasn't the favorite. What do you think?
I like this horse a lot. I mean, that was an easy race that it won. And it can do the distance. It was won 3 out of 4 races last year, and this year it's won 2 out of 4. It's won 5 out of 8 career races, and it's won 4 out of 5 at Remington Park. So it's got a great jockey. The trainer's is a high percentage trainer. I think this horse is the key.
Well, looking at its 4 furlong fractions last time out, they were just crazy fast relative to anything that I had done before.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that horse improves a second off a layoff, which it has done in this last time it had a 2-race cycle, in its first, in its second race, the race following the debut, it did back up just a tiny touch in that second race off the layoff. So maybe a little bit of regression here, Terry, but even still, even if it's a lot of regression, I don't know that'll be enough to change the outcome for this horse. But in any case, who do you like? In what order?
All right. I like the number 6, number 1 dude. My first pick, number 1, Acerca.
Yeah,
Whatever is my second pick. Number 2, Don't Tell Nobody is my third pick. And number 3, Total whatever.
Yeah, totalitarian or something like that. Yes, indeed.
They get some crazy names, don't they?
They do sometimes. So for me, I have the same 3 horses, not in the same order though, Derry. I like the 6 horse over the 2 horse over the 1 horse. And then I have the 4 horse coming in for 4th. Got to put a price at the back end of that superfecta. Hopefully one of us can hit it cold, Terry. We'll find out when it's official. Of course, we hope that all of your picks end up in the winner circle and that, we hit an ice cold superfecta. We'll find out how it plays out when it's official.
All right. We'll see you then.
Indeed. Terry, what's a 4-horse worth?
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, you
Not
got
too
it.
much.
No.
$5.91 for a dime. But I mean, the 1, the 6, and the 2 were the class of the field. Just a question of what order they were going to come in. We both decided that the 6-horse looked like the one to beat, but instead the 1-horse. And looks like maybe the folks at the track knew a little bit of something because they all the early money pounded the 1-horse.
Yeah, the 1-horse had a couple of more years on that 6-horse, so he taught that little youngster a little lesson.
Gave the whippersnapper a lesson in horse racing, right?
Yeah. But we're still carrying through, though. I mean, pick with the exactas, trifectas, superfectas, so we're doing fairly well that way.
Yeah,
the exacta paid a little bit, only 10 something, I think, for $2, but
like $12.10. Yeah,
was that?
Well, it was $24.20 for $2. But the exacta, okay. Yeah, $2 paid $10.40. It's a winning ticket is always better than one that ends up in the garbage, right?
Well, yeah, and if you box that for $20, that would have been a pretty good payoff.
Yeah, when those were the 2 top favorites, right? So it
wouldn't
have been a very difficult one to get, but neither one of us had it ice cold.
No, that's true.
You had it backwards. I was looking for maybe a little bit of an upset for the 2-horse to come out. I thought maybe the 1-horse would be a little bit more pressured than it was early up front, but it wasn't. Nonetheless, still managed to catch that wonderful 4-horse fourth. So now we're off to race number 7. Terry, a much bigger field. I think there's 12 horses or something, 11 horses in this upcoming leg.
Something like that, yeah.
Another 6 furlong race. So we've seen a couple of those already. So we have a sense of what to look for. We'll talk about how we think the horses will break out of the gate. Once again, we'll walk through every horse, see what we like, maybe what we don't like about every horse, and then make our picks. And this race, Terry, with such a deep field, I think this one's going to really challenge our ability to keep the streak alive.
Yeah, I think so. I think you got that right.
Well, we'll find out how we stack them. 10 minutes, 12 minutes to post, Terry. I will see you and everybody else then.
All right. See you then.
Race 7, Terry, is the number on the card now. The Oklahoma Classics Juvenile Stakes got a big field of 2-year-olds. So you know what that means, Terry.
It means they're going to be a long shot.
It means anything can happen, right?
That's right. 2-year-olds.
It can go completely to form, or it can completely blow up. It's never predictable with these youngsters, the babies. No. But we see it. We've seen a few 6-furlong races already today, but we haven't seen that. We haven't seen one with this many horses in the field and with 2-year-olds. So again, it looks to me like you kind of want to have a little bit of early pace, and at the same time, you probably can win from any post. But it looks to me like those outside posts might be a little difficult to overcome, Terry.
Yeah, I agree.
And then as far as the early pace is going, the 11 horse is one of those outside posts that's going to have to get it going, Terry, because it's got some early pace, a little bit more than the 4, who has a little bit more than the 10, who's a little bit more than the 9, a little more than the 13. The 6 and the 1 are pretty even. And then after that, none of them should be up in the front. On the way home, 4 Moms, Cuatro Madres should be the horse that's coming with the most early pace, although they have very, very similar numbers all the way down to Joe Bill. And that's because a lot of these horses don't have a whole lot of experience. So there's not a lot to separate them early on in their careers, Terry.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
So horse number 1 is a Rowdy Rascal, as many 2-year-olds are Rowdy Rascals. It does have some of the best early pace figures last time out. It is going from 6.5 furlongs to 5.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. Did win last time out, but again, that was the maiden. As I mentioned earlier on, I'm not a big fan of the maiden to stakes level without a highest last race speed figure in here.
That's true. Although it did come in from Prairie Meadows and finally getting the money for a couple of races, and it's got a pretty nice workout. 3 furlongs, 37 flat. Handling 8th out of 44.
Number 2 is Just Because Way, and this horse has not run before, Terry, and I don't see anything. I mean, the workouts are middle of the road, so it does have one really good workout back on September 16th, 48-3, second fastest of 32, and it's going to have to run like that to have a chance here.
Absolutely, although the one positive is the sire wins 20% of the time with first-time starters.
Hop Gun, excuse me. The horse came out in its debut, kind of ran a flat race, right? Came out, started 6th, and started 6th by 5 lengths, ended 5th by 6 lengths. So I'd say it kind of stood in place, and maybe one horse passed it along the way home, or it passed one tiring horse on the way home. But aside from that, really not a lot of hope in Hop Gun.
No, I don't like it at all. So I don't see anything positive for me.
Harsh words from Terry. Charming Oki was the favorite last time out after starting its career as a long shot. Maybe the bettors overreacted to that first race. What do you think? You think it's going to look more like the first race or the second race here, Terry?
It's going to look more like the second because it's going a little bit longer distance now. And I think it really likes the short distance, and it's a speed horse. But I think it's going to kind of die there at the end. Actually, there's 2 horses in this race that beat it last time. So
maybe you should head on over to Charlestown for those 4.5 furlong races.
That's right.
Legionary, Terry. This is a horse that last time out did break its maiden. It did run. Was something I looked for. The top last race speed figure coming off that maiden win. Obviously, they thought they had something here because in the second race, they entered it into a non-graded stakes race. Has put in a bullet workout since, the fastest of 51, Terry.
Yeah.
What do you say about Legionary?
I like Legionary. It has the best dirt speed of all the starters today, and it has a really good jockey trainer combination, 4 mounts, 2 wins.
Seems like if you come from Prairie Meadows to Remington Park, that's a good angle there because that's the second time we've seen a horse in this field from Prairie Meadows to Remington perform well at Remington. So keep that in mind going forward. Cuatro Madres, 4 Moms, in its debut, went off as the favorite and is now making its second start since its last run on August the 28th. Has put in 3 workouts for a total of 11 furlongs. Yeah, maybe one good one back on September 25th, but the other two were pedestrian.
Yeah, and it's got a high percentage trainer and jockey. It has David Cabrera, and it was really heavily bet in the first race. So, this horse is a possibility.
Has the top pedigree in the field for the distance and surface, Terry. Number 7 is Evans Envy. Maybe doesn't look like anybody's going to be too envious of taking this horse. Did show a little bit of a late interest in its last race, Terry, but aside from that, not much really to hang your hat on.
No, it was actually working out better in the spring than it is here lately. So it's another one that I'm going to pass on.
Just as long as you don't say toss. Inca Empire. This is a first-time starter, Terry. And again, it has what I like there, the bullet and go, fastest of 26, Terry. Last time out. What do you think?
Yeah, it's got really good workouts. So, and I like the breeding, the sire midshipman. He's a pretty good sire. So,
yeah. Number 9, Rainbow Gold, Terry. Improved from race 1 to race 2. Although the fractions were very similar, but it did step up its pace. What do you think about Rainbow Gold's chances in the third race of its career?
Well, Scott Young, the trainer, is winning at 20% at this meet, and the workouts are mediocre. So, we'll just have to wait and see. I don't think it's going to win this race, though.
Yeah, I mean, it did improve its speed figure slightly last time out and did also show some much faster foot out of the gate. Number 10, Joe Bill, is another one that looks like it's outside with a little bit of early pace. The bettors have backed this horse 2 races in a row, Terry, but have been disappointed, although the horse has not run out of the money yet.
No, he hasn't, and he's actually improved his speed ratings every race, and anytime the trainer brings back a beaten favorite, he wins 27% of those times. Also, even though Ken Tohill hasn't had any winners yet, he's only had 11 mounts here. I like that jockey. So,
Jose Cardenas says he are the horses. Who wants to know who is playing this P4? Is there a pick 4 starting in race 7? Yeah, Terry, I think there is, right? Oh, Loloy, how are you today, my man? You're late. Yes. You can never be late, Loloy. Not to horse racing, my friend. We haven't done the pick 4, Terry. I don't think we've looked at these numbers. All right, finally, number 11 is Blue Skies and Angels, Terry. Well, that's not finally. Horse did win its debut. Was bet okay. Second start off a layoff for Scott Young, who is one of the better trainers in this race in terms of his success at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I like this horse. It led all the way for its win, and it's got a decent workout last workout, but a really good workout on September 8th, which was, just prior to the 18th that it won. Mm-hmm. So this horse has a pretty good chance.
Number 11 is Dancing Devil. Was bet pretty nicely in its first race, Terry, but another one of those horses that kind of started and ended in the same place. Started off 6.5 furlongs behind the leader and ended up 7 furlongs behind the leader. So just kind of jogged in place.
Yeah, he has a fairly decent workout on October 10th, and he has a good trainer who's won 2 out of 3 races the last 14 days. So.
And finally, number 13, He's a Freak. Got a good trainer right there, Terry. And the trainer does tend to win. Only won 1 of 3 second career starts. But in any case, Terry, He's a Freak. Maybe might pull off the upset here.
He may, but I don't think so. He's going to get blinkers added today, and his workouts have been, kind of mediocre.
Yeah, I just feel like that outside post for some of these speed horses could be to their detriment, Terry.
Yes, I think so.
So who do you like?
I like number 5, Legionary, and then number 6, Cuto Madres.
Mm-hmm.
And then number 11, Blue Skies Sand Angels.
Mm-hmm.
And then number 10, Joe Bill.
Well, we have the first 3 in the same exact order, Terry. 5, 6, 11. You have the 10. I'm going to go with the first-time starter off of those bullet workouts. I like the bullet and go angle. We'll see how that plays out when they go official, Terry. Hopefully, hopefully it goes 5, 6, 11, 8, or 10. So one of us can have the ice-cold superfecta. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. We'll see you then.
Okay. See ya.
Well, Terry, unfortunately, the streak got broken.
That did. It did. Yeah. We did talk about that one, but neither of us picked it.
No, I don't even want to talk about it. I had him ranked up there, and then I turned around and for whatever reason decided not to put him in as my fourth pick. And you'll see here, it's right there.
Yeah.
You could see right there the fourth pick. I don't know if you could see it or not, but
Yeah,
somewhere
I
in
can.
there. And I took him out
Oh,
because
boy.
I love to do that, Terry. If I should tell everybody, I just took the one out because if I tell you which one I take out, I can assure you that's the one that's going to win.
It probably is. Yeah.
Happens to me, I mean, every week. And then I keep telling you I'm going to stab myself in the leg with the pen to remind myself not to do it. But I don't have the courage to stab myself in the leg with the pen, although I probably should so that I don't make that mistake anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. You should.
So we're down to 3 races. Race number 8, the Oklahoma Classic Distaff Sprint. It's another 6 furlong affair. We'll be back to talk about it. It's another, I think, 10 horses in that field. So another deep field. And, as we saw in that last race, maybe those outside posts, they might struggle a little bit if they got some speed. Maybe if they're horses that like to come off the pace, they might have a good shot. But I feel if you're outside with pace, it might not be the right thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we'll find out how we like them when we come back. That'll be 12 minutes to post, Terry. I will see you then.
Okay. See you then.
Terry, we turn them right around, my friend.
Yep.
Whew, they go fast. Race number 8. As I mentioned before we headed off to the break, Oklahoma Classics Distaff Sprint Stakes, 6 furlongs. We've talked about a number of 6 furlong races, but just to recap, it looks like you want to be a little bit tactical speed, maybe on the rail. We've seen, and maybe on the gas up front. I think we've seen most of the horses that have win, Terry, be close to the front. So tactical speed does seem like it's been the way. And it does look like if you can get an inside draw, you might be a little bit better off than if you're outside, although it still looks to me like you have a chance if you're the best horse on the outside.
Yeah.
Would you say?
I would, yeah.
And then looking at the early pace, there's Sweet Mary M. That's kind of a name horse for you, Terry, no?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
But it's not Sweet Mary. It's not Mean Mary. It's Sweet Mary. But again, this is another one where they kind of cascade down. The 2's a little faster than the 4. It's a little faster than the 5, all the way down to the 10, Terry. And then on the late pace, Stormy's Blue will try to take it from worst to first, Terry. And Sunday Flashback, the heavy favorite right now. I think it's like 1-2 last time I looked. Should be right up there as well, coming pretty hard. And that's the one that's closest to the front in the early pace. So perhaps that's the horse to beat, Terry. And that's why the money is backing that 3 horse to an astounding 3-5 right now in a very deep field. So maybe if the horse, maybe it's beatable. I don't know. Number 1 is Cali Sue. The horse is coming into its 3rd start off a layoff, Terry. Last time the horse was on a 3-race cycle, it was the best of the 3. Do you think it'll be the best of the 3 today?
I like it pretty good. It's won 3 out of 4 races and has a good workout August 27th. 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2. Third best out of 52. So
sure seems to like Remington Park. 4 races, 3 wins. It's run 6 times elsewhere and only managed to score the trophy in 1 of those. There's Sweet Mary M.
Yeah.
Horse is making its 2nd start off a layoff. It's a 16% angle for trainer Carrie Craddock. Last time out in the 2-race cycle, the horse did improve, and it's been its MO in the last few 2-race cycles.
Yeah. Finished 4 in the money 4 out of 5 times this year, and it's won 1 of those. It has the highest speed figure at today's distance, and the best dirt speed is the fastest among today's starters. And it's got a really good jockey trainer combination who won 2 races out of the 5 in the last 14 days.
Number 3, Sunday Flashback, won its last race, Terry, just obliterating the field.
Yeah.
Won by 14 lengths in a field of 8. Usually a big race is followed by another big race. But since that September 10th run, has put in a couple of workouts, and they're middle of the road. Maybe a little bit of a regression.
Could be, although this horse is, it really smashed the field last time. It's really going to be hard, and I see why it's the hard favorite. It improved its speed rating by 16 points, and it's has the last race speed rating highest, and then it's also got a good jockey, Jose Alvarez, who's won 4 out of 15 mounts last 7 days.
Yeah, and also only carrying 115 pounds. Everybody else is a little bit higher than that. Number 4 is Casino Queen, Floyd Whitley Jr. Horse has run across the Remington Park course twice with a distant third. This time around, it's going from turf to dirt. Terry, you think that'll be the trick for the Casino Queen?
Well, Casino Queen likes to run on top, and this is a shorter distance, so that may improve the running for it. It has a really good trainer with Floyd Weatherly. So I think it has a good chance. He had a good workout on October 6th. It was the 5th best out of 26.
Number 5 is Macho's Vision. Horse seems like it wants to get out of the gate in a little bit of giddy up, and then it wants to go home. So it's been kind of its MO, and it seems to be getting worse. Get out and fade a little bit more. But it is taking the turf to dirt angle, which is a 20% angle for trainer Federico Villafranco.
Yeah, it actually looks like to me like it's going down, that it's not improving. It likes to run on top, but it only stays there for maybe about half of the race, and that's about it.
Mhm. Number 6, Yak Attack. Hasn't really done much at Remington Park. Third start off, a layoff. Last time in a 3-race cycle, the third race looked a lot like the first two, although just minor improvement.
Yeah, it's one race this year, and that was at Fairmont. And actually, the workouts are mediocre. So it's not somebody I would play.
Number 7, Polytiz likes to finish second here, Terry. 5 times in 8 races. Maybe a long shot that you can throw in there and hope that it finishes third again.
Yeah, has a good workout on October 8th, 48.2, handling fourth best out of 51.
Yeah, so maybe it's going to able to improve on its last effort. Number 8, Our Musical Moment, did improve in its last effort pretty nicely. Terry made a nice move up. Has won 3 of 9 at Remington Park. This is the kind of horse, Terry, the 8 horse that can jump up and bite you.
Yeah, and I think it ran at the turf, ran really terrible, and so it doesn't want to be on the turf. So it's good that it's going on the dirt today. So.
Mm. Number 9, Don't Touch My Man. Last time out, won on the turf, Terry. Now it's going to flip right on back to dirt, but it's been running at a pretty good high level. Ran 5 times, really 4 of those races it could have won. Only 1 race in there, and that was the third off a layoff. And the first time it didn't have a shot to win.
Yeah, I like this horse. It has a really good trainer, and it's trainer in the last 14 days have won 2 out of 3 amounts and 1/3. And it has a good workout on October 10th at 4 furlongs, 49.1. It was the 4th best out of 19, and then it had one on October 4th where it was the 2nd best out of 19.
So. Number 10, Stormy is Blue. This looks like one, Terry. That's a pretty consistent runner. It's got some of the best speed figures overall, race to race to race to race in the field, but not getting any love at all.
No. Well, it had a good workout October 8th, 2nd of 11, 36.3 for 3 furlongs handling. And the only problem is it's ran in this distance 8 times, and it's ran in the money 5 of those 8 times, but it has never won at this distance.
No, it has not won. But I think this is one, Terry, if they try to go fast, could pick up some money late, maybe. We'll see. So how do you figure them crossing the finish line, Terry?
Well, for me, it's really hard to beat that 3, so that's my first pick. Mm-hmm. And then I like the number 1, Callie Sue. That's my second pick. Then I like the number 9, Don't Touch My Man, is my third pick. And my fourth pick is Sweet Mary M.
And that's the 1 horse?
Number 2.
With the 2 horse. 3, 1, 9, and 2.
Yep.
All right, Terry. I'm going to go 3, 1. I do think those are your best 2 horses early on, so we agree on that. But I'm going to go with the 8 and the 10 with that late close, picking up the superfecta money, Terry. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Hopefully, it goes 3-1, either that 9-2 or 3-1, 8-10. We'll find out how it lines up when it's official. Good luck with your bets, everybody. Hopefully, your ticket ends up in the winner's circle.
We'll see you then.
You see our frequent friend here, Loloy, he put out there the 4, the 3, the 8, and the 2, Terry. And they came in 3, 8, and 4. Not bad, right? Are you with me, Terry? Are you? I think you're muted yourself, my friend.
How the heck did I do that?
I have no idea, but that's what happened. But if you look at that, he had some nice little numbers there: the 3, the 8, and the 4, and the 2. That little dandy trifecta right there, Terry paid the exacta. I had the 8 in my picks. The exacta for $2, $23.80. That trifecta, the 384 for 50 cents, $60.25. Yeah, when you get one of those 1 to 5s on there, even if you get some prices on the back end, it kind of screws things up a little bit, right?
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yes.
I was kind of hoping the 8 would catch him, so that way the exacta would be a little bit bigger, but unfortunately, it didn't work out that way, Terry.
No, it didn't.
But at least we're back on the board with an exacta.
Yeah, and the way I played it, I made $3 or $4.
Well, I mean, as long as you're making money, that's what counts, right?
That's right.
So we got 2 races left. We're going to go back to the turf, that mile and the 16th that we saw before, where it looked to me like the outside horses had a little bit of an edge over the inside horses. Maybe middle horses had the edge, but mile and the 16th for the Oklahoma City Turf Classic Stakes. Our guest a little earlier in the evening, Mr. Broberg, Karl Broberg, has 3 horses in this race.
He does.
Must have had a very busy evening that he was unable to get back to us, but that's cool. We do appreciate his time that he spent with us early on in the day, giving Terry a little.
He did, didn't he?
Yes, he did. It's all right, though. For the most part, we've been stuffing some money in people's pockets today, Terry.
Yeah, well, it reminds me of that one time when I was at the races and I had 5 winners in a row. I think the most that any of them paid was like $4. And the guy next to me says, "Boy, that sure isn't going to pay you very much there." And I looked down at his feet with all the losing tickets because he's a big long shot bettor. And I said, "Well, I'm sure collecting a lot more than you are."
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Well, we'll be back to see if we can collect, Terry, in race number 9, the second of last. Maybe a little bit of a late double opportunity here. If you haven't cashed in any tickets so far, take a look at what Loloy has to say. He got a nice trifecta there next time. So hopefully we'll see his picks before we get off the air and head towards the race number 9 going to gate. So we'll see you 10 minutes to post to the Oklahoma City Turf Classic Stakes, Terry. See you then.
See you then.
Actually, 12 minutes to post. Just me again, Terry.
That's all right.
I don't know what I'm doing sometimes, my friend, with these buttons. Race number 9, the Oklahoma City Turf Classic Stakes, 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course, hence the name Turf Classic, I suppose, right? Would be a heck of a thing to be a Turf Classic and then be on dirt. Looking at the number of, there's only been, I think, 4 or 5. There's been 5 races at the distance now. So it looks to me like you kind of want to, I think the one we saw before, we did see a horse that kind of mid-pack came on to win. So it looks like mid-pack, and it looks like you kind of want to have an inside post if you have from 6 maybe on in this field. Looking at the pace and the way it might play out early on, the 4-horse Quarky might be the fastest out of the box, followed, Terry, by the 11-horse Quality Rocket. Does seem like it's a horse that does have a little bit of early legs as well. The 5 and the 10, they have a pretty similar pace style, but I feel like the 5, because it has the inside draw, might get the jump on the 10. On the way home, Koala is the fastest of the bunch, but not by a whole lot more over Georgia Deputy. We'll see what we think about each one of these horses here, Terry, and the Oklahoma City Turf Classic. Let's go ahead and run through the field. Number 1, Moorhawk. So I guess kind of like a mohawk, but you want more.
More of it. Yeah, you want more of a Moorhawk.
Yes, indeed. What do you think about Moorhawk?
Well, he's
aside
a
from
closer.
the catchy name.
Yeah, he's a closer. He's just been running about the same kind of races the last 3 races. The trainer wins 24% of the time on the 3rd race after a layoff.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I just don't see a lot that interests me.
Me either. Number 2 is another Typhoon, Pacific Typhoon this time around, Terry. I was in one, as I mentioned before, with the Flying Coconuts. Only 1/3 in its last 8 races between 2000 and 2001. I think the horse's days as a winner are perhaps behind it.
Yeah, it's 8 years old now, and it does the early speed. As you said, maybe go to Charlestown and do some of those 4.5 furlongs, or Grants Pass and do 1,000-yarder.
Something like that for sure, yeah. Number 3 is Koala, as we mentioned before, a winner of 2 in a row, 3rd time off a layoff, Terry. You have Leonardo Goncalves and Kerry Craddock. I think that combination won a little bit earlier in the day. Horses run at the course 3 times, 2 wins, and a 3rd.
Yeah, and that jockey trainer combination has won 2 out of 5 races in the last 14 days. So that's not too bad. So
3 consecutive speed figure increases too. That's one of those, what I call alpha angles. And an alpha angle is an angle that tends to pay off, hit more than 15% of the time. The number 4, Quarky, as we mentioned, is likely to be one of the fastest horses out of the box. Terry, last time out, ran a speed figure above par for this level, but is yet to find the winner's circle to catch the big check at Remington Park.
That's correct. He's ran 2nd in the last race, but he has the best turf speed among the horses here. And the trainer jockey combination has won 3 out of the last 8 races and ran 2nd twice, 3rd once. And he likes the turf. He's ran on the turf 16 or once in the money 16 times out of 26 races.
Just wonder if maybe it's a little too long for him.
Could be.
Number 5, Sweet Medicine. It's a horse that has found the winner's circle at Remington Park once in 3 tries. 3rd time off a layoff, Terry. Last time the horse ran 3 off a 3 race cycle, it improved from race to race to race, the 3rd being the best. It improved from race 1 to race 2. It's likely to improve from race 3 again, Terry.
Yeah, he likes the turf also. He's been in the money 4 out of 6 times. He's never went this distance, so we'll have to see what happens there. He's got a fairly decent workout of 101 4 breezing, 5 furlongs. He's the 4th best out of 17.
4 consecutive speed figure increases. Maybe he'll make it 5 for the 5. Yip, yip, kip. A little bit of a rhythm and a rhyme there. 3rd time off a layoff, Terry. Last time the horse ran 3rd off a layoff was slightly better than the 2nd, and it was actually a win, and it was at Remington Park. Can it follow the same path?
I don't know. It actually got disqualified, put 10th. So I don't know if he ran. I didn't watch the race, so I don't know if he ran through all the other horses or what.
Just knocked them out of the way.
Yeah.
The
So
jockey's
anyway,
taking a whip. You. This isn't Monmouth Park. We use our whips here.
that's right. So we'll have
Number
to wait and
7,
see.
Gospel Musketeer, Terry. This one looks to me just simply forgettable. Although that
Yeah.
Prairie Meadows angle seems to work, it just didn't work for this one.
No, not this last time. He was last and 15 lengths behind the winner. So
Yeah, not even close. Tommy Hawk, if you go back a little bit, does have a little bit of a history of a mosquito trying to get me there. A little bit of history of getting to the front. Maybe tries to be the pace setter today, Terry. Although when it's run on turf, has not been the pace setter, it has been one that's tried to close.
yeah, and actually he's finished in the money 7 out of the last 7 races. So he's won 2 of those, and he can run from mid pack. So this horse could be something that upsets the apple cart.
Georgia Deputy, the 9-horse, Terry. This is the one that Kip got disqualified, and this one took over then, got the check. Whatever Kip did, this one was the beneficiary.
Yeah, that's right. So who knows? He didn't bother this one because this one ran second, so he had to bother somebody else. And this horse has a really good jockey who's last 15 starts has won 4 of them.
Yeah, and the last time this trainer and jockey got together was in its last race. The one win, it had a positive return of $45 on a buck. Not bad. Yeah. Number 10, Half Hours to Keep. This horse, Terry, looks to me like it should be right in the middle, kind of where you want to be, and have some good late kick. Just doesn't quite understand how to win, although I think Karl and Stuart Elliott haven't won yet together, but each by himself is a good combination.
Yeah, that's true. This horse can either run on top or come from close to the pace and do pretty well. So he's got a good chance, I think.
Number 11 is Quality Rocket. Did run the top last race. Speed Figure has found a way to win 3 of 7. Last time out, it broke from the 5th roll. I don't think in this particular race, being way outside is a negative.
No, I don't think so either. And he has the highest last race speed rating of all the horses in here. And his best turf speed is close to the average winning speed. He's got average workouts. So,
all right, Terry. Now is the moment of truth. Time for us to go ahead and put them in order. Let's see. John Wilbanks says the 5 has a lot of value now at 16-1. Terry, I think he has a lot of value too. I look like a horse that was, worthy of some attention in the analysis there. What do you like?
I like number 4, Corky. And then I like number 11, Quality Rocket, number 3, Cola, and number 10, Half Hours to Keep.
Wow, that's pretty interesting, Terry, because once again, we go ahead and isolate the same 4 horses, but just a little different order. I have the 11, the 3, the 4, and the 10. That's the order I'm putting them in. I feel like the 4 horse is going a little bit too long for that early pace part. So 11, 3, 4, 10 for me, 4, 11, 3-10 for Terry. We both agree the 10 horse is the 4th horse in the field, so it's probably your winner. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your bets, everybody. Hope to see your picks in the winner's circle. We'll see you when it's official.
See you then.
There is your long shot of the night, Terry.
There it is. And this is where I should have taken my first pick and put all over the top of it. And I thought the 4 was going to get him, but then the 4 got tired. All over the stretch.
Well, that 10-cent superfecta, right?
Yeah.
So we both had the 3, the 4, and the 10, right? The 11 kind of disappointed for us, but I knew the 11 was going to disappoint as soon as the jockey decides to go 4 or 5 wide for the first turn instead of trying to cut and save some ground. But anyway, that 2, 3, 4, and 10 for 10 cents, $637.40, Terry. That's the kind of that's kind of trifecta I want in my account, my man.
Me too. I wish we would have gotten that 2 in there.
Well, that 2 horse was that one, Terry, that got off to a lead and faded. You know what I'm saying? So it did. Interestingly, if you look at that, it did show improvement from the race prior to. So race 1 off the bench, race 2 was better than race 1, a lot better than race 1. And then the horse came back to put in a bullet workout, the fastest of 74. So I'm not saying that it's one that we missed, because the horse did have a history of, it hasn't stayed the course speed-wise in the last 10 starts. Like we mentioned, hadn't won in 2 years. So it's really kind of hard to call that race right there.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why it paid $83.
Well, it would have been nice for us to get one that paid $83.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
For sure. So we got one race left on the evening, Terry. That is the nightcap, and it's literally the nightcap. Hell, in New York, it's the tomorrow cap, right? If you're out on the East Coast. Terry's on the West Coast, so for Terry, it's still early. But it's probably still past his bedtime. But
it is. It's
race number 10. Is that past your bedtime?
Yeah, my bedtime's 9.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't usually go to bed till about 12:30, 1 o'clock. Anyway, the last race, 7 furlongs. Where we started, 7 furlongs, is where we're ending, 7 furlongs. The Oklahoma Classic Starter Series, 7 furlongs, Terry. But I did want to say real quickly, I want to really say a heartfelt thank you to John Wilbanks for saying you enjoy all our videos. Thank you. And I think if you looked at them too, if you hadn't, folks, you might enjoy them too. And Lolo is saying he loves our analysis. So we want to say very much thank you for the kind words. We appreciate it. It's a lot of a lot of work. And by the time the night is over, I don't know about you, Terry, but I'm a little bit thirsty and the throat's a little bit dry.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. And I want to thank both those fellows too. I appreciate it.
We do. And we'll try to show our appreciation, Terry, in a few minutes by hopefully nailing race number 10 to take us home, put us to bed, and give us something sweet to dream about.
Sounds
Fat
good.
cash in the pockets.
Yep.
All right. We'll see you 10 minutes, 12 minutes to post. We'll see you then.
All right. See you.
Take care. Terry, we opened the day at 7 furlongs.
Yes, we did.
And then I had the trifecta. I think you had the superfecta in that first leg. It was so long ago, I can't remember. But we're going to close at 7 furlongs, Terry. And, much like golf, if you birdie the last hole or even par, even hit one good shot on the last hole in golf, it kind of gives you that feeling I want to come back for more, right?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Yes, indeed. So what we're hoping to do is that we can go home a winner. We're going to try to go out with a bang, Terry. What do you say?
I say yes, let's do that.
It's been a while since we talked a little bit about the first 7 furlongs, but they haven't run a whole lot at the distance. I think they ran, if I remember correctly, like 11, maybe 12. And it looks to me like you want to have a little bit of early pace because you can see horses that were first, second, or third at the quarter pole, they won almost all of the races. And then as far as post position is concerned, I feel like you can pretty much have most post positions and still be okay. Although I would probably prefer to be on the inside than the outside. Looking at the top jockeys, you got David Cabrera. He's riding the 6 horse. You got Leonardo Conclavis riding the 10 horse. Kerry Craddock with the 10 horse as the top trainer, followed by Brent Davidson with the 2 and the 14. Let's see, Terry, since pace is such an important part of 7 furlongs at Remington Park. The 11 horse Covington Quality should be one of the fastest out of the gates, but it looks like all the way down to the 5, the 11, the 9, the 3, the 6, and the 5. All of those horses should have some similar type giddy up and go out of the gate. On the way home, on the bridge, is the horse with the most to offer late. But again, if you go all the way down to the 9 horse, you're not going to find a heck of a lot of difference between the 12 and the 9 in their late pace numbers. So I feel like this is a race that's kind of wide open, Terry. You once again have a gargantuan field. And so let's see if indeed we can go home a winner. Let's go ahead and talk about horse number 1. Let me just pull this out of here. Horse number 1, that is, I got to get error, Will Rogers. All right, tightly reply. All right, what do you think about that one horse?
Timely.
Well, timely reply, yes.
Yeah,
something I was lacking right there.
Yeah, he might improve by going back to the dirt. And he has a good jockey, Jose Alvarez, as we've discussed earlier. But he's really not done much in 2 years, just 1 second.
The last horse out didn't do nothing for 2 years. Just paid $83.
That's true.
Sometimes if you haven't done anything in 2 years, those are the horses you want. That's Willie true. Special Cats. This horse has he's finishing the money 7 of 10 at Remington Park, making his second start off a layoff. Recent history says the second start might not be the best of the bunch, though last time he started out with a longer distance, cut back, and then he won in round 2.
Yeah, he's back to dirt. He doesn't really care too much for turf. He likes his distance. He's finished in the money 2 times out of 2 races, and he's won one of those, ran second the other time. So,
number 3 is Shipman's Song. That's another horse that showed really some substantial improvement in the last race, particularly in the early and mid-pace numbers, Terry. Did tail off a little bit late, but I feel like speed's more important in the late part in this race. Maybe those early fractions this time are enough, just kind of like the 2 horse. Got better from race to race, and this one is the one that takes it home.
Yeah, average works. It's got pretty good run this last race on a good track. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, it's got pretty much all of its good work has been on a fast track like tonight. Daher's Success, Terry, second time off a layoff, trying the turf to dirt angle, only 1 in 12 for trainer Andy Glad. Jose Medina has a hit the winner circle only 7% of the time, so probably one that you're going to pass on, or you think that first one should be good enough for improvement in this next start?
No, I'll be passing on this one. So
it does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface, Terry. Just warning you.
Yes.
Number 5, Menu, Terry. This horse, if you go back, it has the fastest opening fractions of any horse in this field, has won 1/3 of its races at Remington Park, Terry, and speed is important. It's going to be on the inside. If it can go back to those fastest fractions in the last 10 for any horse in this field, it can get to the lead and maybe not look back.
Yeah, it's dropped in class, returned into the dirt, and it likes the dirt a lot better. It had a really good race, 2 races back, and won at 6 furlongs. He's a little scary to me. He's not one of my top 4, but he is scary.
Scares me too. He's got a lot of pretty good speed numbers in there. Pomeroy Hayes, Terry, this horse, it's taking in a lot of money. David Cabrera, as mentioned, top jockey at the distance, and 1 4 of 8 at Remington Park. But it just looks to me like the horse does enough to give you hope at the end, and then it just lets you down.
Yeah, it tries to close, but it doesn't seem to pass to win too often. So, I mean, it's a good horse. I like the horse, but I've got a horse that I think is going to beat this one. So,
number 7, Cruising Q is probably not it, Terry.
No, I don't care for the horse. So.
No, you don't care for it at all. All right. Me either. Rockport Cat, the 8 horse, Freddie Manacare, Teresa Luniak. This is 2 teams that they've run together twice, but haven't won anything yet. Now they're going to try again with a horse that did show some improvement last time out, Terry. Maybe it can make another step forward and find the winner's circle.
Could be. The horse, the trainer, has won 51% of the non-graded stakes that's been entered.
Mm-hmm.
The horse has the best dirt speed, is fastest among today's starters.
Yeah, not a bad workout last time out. 58-4. Frankly energized. This horse came and was a 50-cent favorite last time out, Terry. Got claimed. Not the best angle for trainer Oscar Flores. He's only won, I think, 6% of that. So maybe what's that, 2 out of 35? But he has won a quarter of his races with jockey Ramon Vasquez. So you got to pick one there.
Yeah, this is the one I think is going to beat that 6.
Oh,
and I like this one. It's the trainer wins 24% of the time when it brings a beaten favorite back. It has a really good jockey trainer combination. 4 wins out of 7 races in the last 14 days. It ran a good second last time, but it was on a good track. And, I think if you look at it from last year, it won 5 out of 7. This year, it's been in the money 4 times out of 8, won 2 of those, and it has a 96 top speed rating.
All right. Well, let's see if that's what works out with Frankie the Energized. Number 10, Kirk of Diamonds, Terry. Horse is making its 3rd start off a layoff. Really crushed him last time out. Last time it had a 3-race cycle. It did kind of regress a little bit, but that last race, you got some improvement all the way across the board in a speed number that was on par for anything that it put across its line. Usually a good sign.
Yeah, it has a good jockey trainer combinations we talked about. And it's, it's won 1 race this year. Of course, the last race. It likes to run on top. It usually needs to get the lead here recently, although in the past it used to come from off the pace. It has average workouts.
And number 11, Covington Quality, Terry. This is a horse making its 3rd start off a layoff. Last time out, sharply improved its early fractions, but on turf. Now it flips back to the grass. That's a 20% winner for trainer Boyd Castor. So 10 out of the last 50. That's been an angle that's taken a horse home.
Yeah, that's true. And it's been in the money 4 out of 9 times this year, won 2 of those. And it's won 7 out of 35 lifetime races. Been in the money 17 times out of 35. So that's almost 50%.
On the Bridge is a winner of 2 in a row, Terry. But yet it's only won 6 of 37 in a lifetime. Can it make a 3rd win? Can it basically collect roughly 50% of its wins in the last 3 wins after only having 6 through 37?
Yeah, this horse is a little scary because it's really doing well. If you look at that workout on August 20th, which a little while back, but it was the 5th best out of 100. And so, this horse has got a chance here. It's got a good jockey trainer combination that's won 50% of their mounts. So
yeah, they've won 35% together over the last 60 days with the positive ROA. So that's always a good thing. And 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive speed figure increases, Terry, although I don't see that it's made it 5 in a row in its history. Number 13, Canny's Ghost. Terry has a win, a place, and a show in 3 races at Remington Park. Hasn't run at the distance yet, though.
No, he ran a good third last time out after being off for quite a while, and still got beat 6 lengths. The workouts are not all that impressive for me.
Finally, number 14, Humor's Reward, Terry. The last horse of the night. Can it bring home the prize?
Well, it was running pretty good at Fairmont. It won a couple of races there, and then came here on the turf and ran second, beating the length. But average workouts, it's not a horse that I would particularly use.
All right, so I know based upon what you said, Terry, you like the 9 and the 6, but I don't know what you got after that.
Okay, and then I like Rockport Cat, number 8, as my third pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I like On the Bridge, number 12, as my fourth pick.
I'm going to go Bomb City here to go home, Terry.
Okay.
Bomb City. I'm going to go 10 over the 6, 8, and 9. Let's see if maybe we can cash a real fat one on the way out of here. What do you say?
I hope so. Yeah, I want to.
All right. Well, we'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Let's hope that we see the 10, Terry, in the winner's circle.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
See you when it's official.
Okay.
Or the 9, yeah, the 10 or the wait. How about if it just goes 10-9? We'll take that as an exact, right?
Yeah.
Or 9-10. I'll take you that way. You can have the win.
Absolutely.
We'll see when it's official. Hopefully, take our top picks and box them. Who knows, folks? We'll find out when it's official. We'll see you then.
Okay, see ya.
I think John Wilbanks has that one right, Terry. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Well, we knew a long shot was going to win, but we just didn't know which one. And I was watching my 9. He looked pretty good till he turned in the stretch, and it looked like to me the jockey just kept riding. I mean, quit riding.
Well, maybe even the horse felt tired, but my 10 horse, I felt like gave it a good ride right there. He was English, gave it a good effort, right?
Yep.
And then that 7 horse, I mean, that's just what you call a random number generator right there, Terry. That's the one you throw in. You know, the person who won that one, Terry, I'd like to go to the track and ask them. That has to be someone who just played a quick pick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, or, like for me, for instance, I might have alled that race if I was going to.
All?
No, just
the trifecta, superfecta. That would be a little expensive.
Oh, I'm talking about like with the pick 4.
Hmm.
The pick 4 paid $23,000, I think it was.
Woo! We need one of those, Terry.
But earlier the pick 5 paid $23,11, and 3 of my top picks won, and then the other 2 races, my third pick won them. So that wouldn't have been too hard to get. No,
it wouldn't have been too hard to get at all. That's for sure. Well, that wraps up tonight's race, Terry. I just want to see what the price is on this before we get up and out of here. That's going to be big.
Too. Yeah.
We have a $110 horse on top of $15.40 to place. And here we go. The 10-cent superfecta, Terry,
yeah.
$14,644.08. 10 cents.
Now, how do you get that?
I don't even think wow is good enough for that, Terry. What do you think?
I think wow.
Or some other word nobody's invented yet that would describe that. Because that is insane. I need one of those, Terry. And I'm telling you, if I had to guess, okay, that's either someone's birthday, 743, some numerologist that just plays 7, 4, and 3 because they add up to 7, right?
Yeah.
Outside of that, I can't see of any other. Well, and I don't know how the 2 fits into all that, but outside of that, I can't see how you come up with 7. How you put those 4 horses together.
I don't either, because the 7 was beaten by several of these horses lots of different times. So,
hey, but let me say something. Congratulations to the person who's got it. I'm sure right now they are ecstatic as can be. I know I certainly would be.
Yeah. I'm happy for them. Anytime anybody can win, I'm happy for them.
Well, we had a pretty good night overall, Terry. I would have liked to end it on a $14,000 high note, but unfortunately that's not our calling tonight. What we'll do though, Terry, is we'll be back tomorrow. Terry won't be, but neither will I. There'll be a live contest for Keeneland. Head on over to Horse Racing Radar. Make sure you enter that. I'll be updating it, but I won't be on the screen unless something comes up and I feel like I have the extra time to get it done. Otherwise, Terry and I will be back on Monday at 1:00 Eastern. We'll talk about the weekend's news. We'll talk a little bit about horses that we like. I don't know what track we're going to do just yet, Terry, but we'll figure that out, and we'll throw a pick 4 out there, our 3P parlay. And, of course, we'll talk horses again Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
Until then, everybody, have a fantastic Saturday and Sunday. Terry, any final words?
Just be safe and have a great Saturday. Everybody win tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. Hope if you're at the track, as always, that all your tickets are winners and that we'll see you in the winner's circle. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody.
Okay.